How wow! How wow! Hello. Wait, I think I should wait, why is this chat not mine? Well, I mean it's not very important, but no, as in wait, my docs? Wait, let me have chat again? No, because my chat is not shown as my chat, it's shown as someone else's chat. Oops. Ooh. But it's okay, it's okay. Hi Carl, hello. Seems like my chat is having a bit of problems, so... Ah! Okay, I need to fix the chat. It seems like because the last person that I raided is still online, so I need to log in. Give me a moment. Gmail.com. I mean, I won't be seeing this most of the time, but just in case.
I'm gonna just watch on Twitch on my phone so that in case my computer don't crash.
What? Why?
I don't know, man. I do not know.
Oh my gosh, I'll freeze up for a while. Give me a moment. My avatar's gonna freeze up for a while. Okay, there we go. Hi Carl, hi Felix, hi Hunter, hello. Okay, everything's fine now. Jesus, why did they do that? Yeah, but in any case. Now I will start moving again. Yeah, see, I'm moving again. Okay, did you miss me? It's the Dino Queen. Hi, welcome. I missed you a bit, maybe. I didn't miss you at all, baka. Okay, let's start. Part 4-2 trial. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. It was my birthday a few days ago. Happy belated birthday. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we are to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. And Bernardo, long time no see indeed. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. Damn. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Dahlia. Oh, this girl. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Ooh. What? What? So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Wright. Cuckoo. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Who cares if it's one of your rules? You blind ass man.
Partially blind man.
Partially blind.
Selectively blind.
Yeah, selectively blind man. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
Oh,
how convenient. Right. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Damn. The whole plan began with my death. Dun dun dun, please. You were executed last month, correct? But then whose body is this? I'm so confused.
You see, you see.
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. What? Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurain? She's a cold, twisted woman.
Who are you?
I mean, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Isaiah. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Hi, TNM. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. Fortunately. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. What? Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Why are you like this? You mean Iris? Wait, what? You did that?
Truly a bitch from hell.
Oh man. Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? What? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. Wow, you actually can feel pity? Shocking. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Maya would have to die? But why? Excuse me, Phoenix. Are you blind? Are you dumb? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's so sad.
Yeah.
Right. That's ridiculous! She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. Oh gosh. You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. Despite living separately, they really do look identical.
Just the hair color.
Yeah, it's just the hair color. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she would end up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin that murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd! Maya is just... She's just trapped! Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're just as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? My goosebumps. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Psychological warfare. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people.
But this is what makes you a good lawyer.
Right! I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no good point. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? No! Obviously, it's because you are helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She wanted revenge for herself? She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? What did Maya do to you? If anything, it's Mia.
It's not about Maya. Yeah, exactly.
It's about Mia.
Yes.
It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Oh boy.
Yes, exactly. It's because of Mia.
We have to present a profile, right?
Yeah.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? Actually, I feel like her animation of her doing her hair is very nice, actually. It's like, shing. Yep. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Whew. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? I mean, yes, probably. Yes. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. Thanks for the hydrate, TNM. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That expression does not match what you're saying. Holy shit. Don't look like that.
Yes, look angrier. Like this one, yes.
Yeah. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Exactly. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. Holy shit. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night... At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elise Dunim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous Hitna never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old bag. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you... You're saying you stabbed Maya? What? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? Did she like disappear? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. I was stabbed. What? You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to laugh. Holy shit. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. Huh? You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? This is why this trial's in 3 parts, holy shit.
Yep.
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the secret cavern? Yes! I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. Someone? What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. Okay, valid. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. Iris! The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. But what? My head hurts. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is? Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way!
Okay, but if you think about it, I don't think Maya knows.
Where is Maya even? Holy shit. Oh, order in the court.
You find out.
What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Ego River. Where else? Ego River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Good night, MT. She can endorse for shampoo with that constant handstand and hair flick, that's right. Yes, gonna MT, rest well. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Ego River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Oh my god. So what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh. What? Whose phone is that?
Who else?
I mean... Hold on! Oops! Sorry, that's my phone. That's the phone. Hold on. What kind of ringtone is that? His BGM. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? I just came, lol. There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No! It can't be! No! I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No! No! She can't be dead! No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunim, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. This stupid music! Tried. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No. The correct quote is, once you have eliminated the impossible, it's like, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. It's said by Sherlock Holmes. Okay? That's the correct quote. Yeah, that's right. Yes, no matter how improbable. Maybe I'm the one who needs to like take a dunk in the river. Yes.
Get a cold shower.
I suppose, yeah. I need to take I just showered, man! What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? Your Honor, do you mean you have not read Sherlock Holmes, huh? Yeet. According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Is it because of the spikes again? What?
No, it's because of the flooring.
Oh, the flooring. Don't get your panties all twisted up, try it. Yes, cause what?
No, because you know the temple side, it's hard rock, right?
Oh yeah, true. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? You would die. Like, for real, your body would be there. Well, Mr. Wright? Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Me too. Temple map? Is it the temple map?
Yes.
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
She jumped off herself.
What did you say? Yep. 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah! Ha! So you finally figured it out. You. No! Oh, order! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Oh boy. Want to eliminate the impossible? Whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the river, into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. He just copy-paste, that's right.
Yep.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff! So where is the dead body then?
You have an answer to it?
I think the pieces are falling into place. She's at the witness stand, right? Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment.
Yes, dude. Yes. Come on, let's go.
Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is, for instance? Is in this very courtroom.
Yes.
The penalty bar.
The penalty bar?
Yeah, I was like, oh! There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Faye here? You say she's here in my courtroom? I mean, I've played the circus one before. Saying that she's in this very courtroom is like... Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said... I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why that's obvious! It's Pearl Faye! That pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who?
Who else?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. It's Maya. I don't understand! What? It's like I know the answer, but I don't understand.
It will be explained, so...
I see.
Yes, it will be explained to you why and how it happened.
This is an easy one. Look at that smirk, I love it.
That smirk.
Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't! What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. Protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No! Don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Ego River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. Maya's so smart. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that.
Oh, she's not her lah.
Yeah. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Elise? Well... me, of course. Mia! Oh my god, it's Mia! Mia Fey! It's been a long
talking to each other.
Yeah, lor. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh my god. Oh no, Godard's losing his shit. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Dead people talking to each other? Ha! You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. What? She did? Pain. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. What's going on, Haseo? I also don't know what's going on, honestly. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in the memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it! Of course! I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. That's actually very smart.
Yeah.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fay's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forgive this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you would end up killing someone else.
Like, you know, she's like the person that killed the most number of people directly or indirectly.
Yeah, like
This
holy
series.
shit. Damn. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face! Third-party Apex, lol. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there, in front of you. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
Roasting her, roasting her.
Yeah, what can she do? They're both dead.
Yes.
But what? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You... You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now.
Be gone, Todd.
Oof. She's truly a demon, man. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's Maya. Nick. Sis. Oh my god. Now then. So she is Maya. That's right, she is Maya. Not lost signs. This it wasn't signs in the first place. It's something really entirely different.
Magic?
Yes, magic. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Long story short, this is just a whole big ass Faye family drama.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I didn't guess wrong, that's right. Hi, Fun Fox, hello. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems.
Has it?
It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Yeah, let her rot in hell. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing? It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
There we go, Godot!
The case is far from over.
Yeah, I had a feeling. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. Of course you would know what he means. What? Try it. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but... I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Oh, yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over.
This isn't over. Far from over.
Oh my gosh. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. What a screwed up system this is! What? Rude! I hate you, Mr. Coffee Guy. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. See, this is why no one is a defense lawyer. This is why everyone becomes a prosecutor. Holy shit.
Because it's easier.
It is, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that the prosecutors are not amazing, but their job is definitely easier. Definitely. Poor Phoenix, Wright? No way! Look at him. What?
Buckets.
This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. The whom's final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Is it freaking Misty Faye herself, Lamau? Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through! We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. Does this also include Mouse Edgeworth? I mean, he is also a beautiful woman if you think about it. Help. I'm sorry.
Phoenix getting saved by maidens.
Yeah, right. This is... I mean, it's not maidenless behavior. He has all the maidens, okay? Like, damn. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. Mia. Oh boy. That's enough! This court is now in recess. Oh no, she's crying. February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court Defendants Lobby number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. But, well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. Oh no. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Oh, thank you for the 4 months, Sherry! Thank you! Oh my god, Kiko's PNG. Yes, you have a problem with it? It's beautiful, okay? I spent so much time on it, okay? Kiko, your PNG, remember I spent so much time on it?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so much time and effort, you know, so much back and forth with Kiko, right? And then finally settle on this beautiful design, okay? It's amazing. Yeah, right? It's so gorgeous, so perfect. Can't get any better than this, guys. Damn, I should open commissions for this kind of thing. Yeah. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Mia so badly. It's actually amazing, is it? Yeah, I'm glad you like it. In FB? What? Open commissions in FB low? Nah. It works? Yes, it works. If it works, it works, okay? You all see it. It works, okay? It blinks. It says Kiko. Like, you know, that's the best thing ever.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, if it works, it works. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. Oh my god. You. That's right. Oh my god. So he was the one who was poisoned! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Now you know.
Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? Hui! I'm sorry, it actually looks very funny. Hui! Hui! It went hui. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. How many last things are you gonna ask her? Yeah, freaking hell! Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
She's not calling me.
Ching 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 ching! I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Victims. Staff updated in the court record. Defendant! Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you. He wants you to see you? Okay, he wants to see you in his chambers.
He wants you to see you.
He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. He wants you to see you, Lamau. Welcome to the sheepdom, Nemu. Right. Right. Oh my gosh. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh my gosh, she's actually really cute. Iris is so cute.
I like her sister.
Yeah, freaking Dahlia. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? Oh my gosh, look at Phoenix getting all those maidens. Yeah, all the maidens flock to him, okay? Freaking hell. Unlike Larry, you know, all that maidenless behavior. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunim really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself.
Yeah, teaching him.
Yep. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but... still. I think that just maybe, I know who it is. I don't know who it is.
I know.
Of course you know, you have played this before. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means... that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple site by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple site for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. Doesn't that only leave Pearl?
Oh, there's one more person.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself.
Me, myself, and I.
To be continued! Oh my gosh.
Last part.
Last part, guys, we can do this, okay? Oh my god. Eh! Okay, save. Okay, I'm gonna go for a quick toilet break. Okay, Kiko will continue to like entertain you guys.
Really again?
Yeah, sure. Guys, no bullying Kiko, okay? No bullying Kiko. No asking about the sauce. No.
What sauce, really? What sauce am I supposed to provide? Hi. Mio asked me to entertain you, but I have no idea how to entertain people. I am not that bad. I won't keep. Oh, I mean, I'm here just to watch her finish through this entire case. I'm here to watch her suffer. Say something funny. Uh, I don't even know what is considered funny about Mio. If it's anything, Mio's shit, like her actual shit is adorable. That's all I'm saying. I saw it before. It's cute and fluffy.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi.
I
Excuse me, what is all of this? I look at the chat and What have you guys been discussing?
asked if I'm kicking you out of the stream.
Kicking me out of the stream. I'm sorry, Kiko doesn't have the authority. Okay, she's not even a mod. Do you even have a Twitch? Do you even have a Twitch account?
Actually, I just made one.
You just made one. Actually, I can give you mod rights, but mod rights you still can't stop my broadcast. You have to have like executive rights. We saying you so cute. Sayo. I'm not sure I believe that. Okay, but you know what? Might as well, right? Where is my community, my roles manager? What's your account again?
Mine?
What?
What?
Your Twitch account?
My Twitch account?
Yes. Or you want to send me via
I'll
like
send.
okay, Discord. Okay.
I'll send you that.
Okay,
What's-
send it to me.
I mean, yeah, let me go to this.
Yep, then I'll make you a mod. Okay, I'll make you a mod.
It's not like I even used Twitch. I've never used Twitch before today.
It's okay. We all learn. We all can learn, you know? I mean, I learned it.
Mhm.
Anyway, tell me when you have copied it over. If it's the same as your Discord name, that would be super funny.
My Discord name. It
I don't-
was going to be my Discord name,
What?
but I decided not.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what to think, but okay. You know? I see.
PM you on Discord already, but yeah.
Okay.
But yes, I was actually thinking of my Discord name as Twitch, but I decided against it.
I see. There you go. You have the ability now. Kurokami's redeemed a Nyan Nyan. Are you ready for another Nyan Nyan? Nyan Nyan? Okay. There's the Nyan Nyan. There. Nyan Nyan done. Kiko has to keep hearing my Nyan Nyans.
Yes, Nyan Nyan Nyan.
But you like it, don't you? You also like Nyan Nyans, like meows.
Nyan Nyans are adorable.
Right. Okay, the final part, guys. We can do this, okay? Let's go.
Cool.
February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. He has to do this by himself without a beautiful, without a maiden. I mean, he has plenty of maidens, you know, including Miles. But like, final part. Yes, we can do this. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests! On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh, yeah, that! Ha ha ha! I totally forgot about it. Same. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. What? Okay. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? And why do the Fae ladies have such big hair? Why? Why do you all have such big hair? Jesus. Then whose was it? Dagger updated in the court record. Blood doesn't match the victim's. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Oh god. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright and Cola offices. Maya, I'm sorry.
I mean, she technically is, I guess.
She is, yeah. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fae clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh no. She's his GF? No. She's like a younger sister to him. They've never dated, okay? Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fae. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten at this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But I... Oof. Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. Oh no. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Oh boy. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. Warm? That's when I lost consciousness. Warm? So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I just couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It's usually not a good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Oh boy. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. Oh, you didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? Press harder? Should we press harder?
Yes, we can press harder, I guess.
Okay. Oh my god, Rui! Hello! Hi, Let me give you a shout out! Yay! Oh my gosh, I've been waiting to give you a shout out since like forever. Hi! Lovely to see you! Yes! Good morning to you, good morning to you. Hi guys, Rui is my Rick's sister, a panda VTuber, and she is a really skilled VTuber. I look up to her a lot. Yes. I miss you too, Rui! Oh my god, I think we're playing Dead by Daylight. Congrats on your one survival. One survive. I saw it on your Twitter. And guys, Rui is also pushing for partner, so please follow her. Yes, she has the good stuff. Please, go follow her, okay? Good stuff, good panda. No, you. That one single survive, it's okay. I've played Identity 5 before, it's the same thing. But like, I'm terrible. I get carried. How's the Bilibili too? I've been seeing the grind. Oh my god, Bilibili. I mean, I've been trying to juggle both sides because I cannot just abandon Twitch just to stream on Bilibili, even though it's more of like guaranteed income. So I did try a week of streaming on both sides. That's not happening in one day, okay? I need to split. I need to split my streams between Twitch and Bilibili. Yeah, so that's why I haven't been really up in their rankings. But in terms of streaming stamina, I feel like I've improved a lot. Yeah, I've improved so much. Yes, Rui, but we need to play Haven soon, okay? I'm using a controller right now. I'm using it right now. It works, okay? We can do this. Yeah, but am I strong? I don't know, man. Ooh, I'm proud. Yeah, see, it works. My controller works. Kiko, do you see this? It works.
Yes, it works.
Yes, it's been working for the past few days. Yeah, let's go. Oh my gosh, just happy to see you. Ah, yes, hi. Yes, if you could stay for a short while, you can see me cry over this. Okay, let's press her this time. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Was it dark?
I mean, supposedly there was no lights.
I suppose so, right?
Because they said
well,
that the stone, you know that stone, that big stone lantern, that one, it wasn't light out that day. It was mentioned previously, right?
Yeah, the wick was a bit like broken, right? What do I mean the wick is broken? I can't English. Okay, but yeah, something was wrong with the wick, okay? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right! It was dark, that's it! Yes, it was dark. It was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. I don't think that's the reason, but we'll go with that. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunim. Dunim. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ooh, I hate this girl. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Press it. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think? Excuse me, ma'am? Excuse me? You think?
Pardon the poor girl, she's traumatized.
I mean, yes, but also how are we supposed to keep you innocent? Yeah, see, Phoenix is me. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. Everything is interesting to you, Judge. So, what were the two things rolling around in your mind? How hungry you were? Just kidding. 1 plus... No, my name is Maya Faye. 1 plus 1 equals 2. I'm sorry. Maya! I thought it was something useful. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. I... That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me!" You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I don't want to hear that from you, Judge. Stop it. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details?
The last hope.
Last hope, is it? Okay. Exorcise Dahlia, I see. Yeah, she needs to be exorcised. Oh my gosh, she was so evil. So next time if I get kidnapped, the terrorist asks me what I'm thinking, I will say 1 plus 1 equals 2. Nice. My last hope. Let's ask about that. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Ma'am? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!" Yeah? But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right! I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What? What did you just say? Ma'am? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. What? Huh? Why are you guys hiding? What? What's wrong with all of you? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker? There was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. I told you, third party. I mean... A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. Excuse me. I could see a man behind my attacker by the lights of the stone lantern. You just said it was dark!
Exactly. Now you know what to present. If it's dark, how do you know it's the man?
I mean, I have to press it first just in case. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns? I don't know that. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man! He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunim. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer! Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? No. Never mind. Ole, yeah. Mr. tried words that the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor? I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. Oh my gosh, this judge. You must have noticed it too, Wright. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah! In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection!
Try it! Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
Oh! There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. What? Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And then now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Alright, I just realized is coffee black or grayish? Yeah, it's kind of gray. Please, I'm begging you. Ha!
Black man, he's so...
Yeah, he's trying to be edgy, but it's just annoying. You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please, stop! Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? I am so scared.
I mean, there's only a handful of guys in this.
Can't be Miles, right? Was it Larry?
No, Larry was on the other side.
That's true, he was on the other side.
There's only one person who was not on the other side when there was a fire.
Is it freaking Godot? Oh my god. Because there's no other guy. It can't be Gumshoe. He's too dumb for this.
Go forth, my friend.
But she could see his glasses. Oh my god. His glasses were red. Right.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Thanks for the hydrate, sour grapes. Holy shit. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? Oh yeah, once when there was a blackout in court, everyone could see his glasses.
Yeah, exactly.
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? What? This is... But it can't be! Oh my god, it's him! That was a nice bit of deduction, Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Mama! Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night... Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. Okay. What reason then? What? What witness? Mr. What? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Oh my gosh. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Oh my god. If the plot gets any thicker, I can't walk anymore, okay? When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. How do we even cross-examine this shit? The killer? When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple? It could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally
Don't press this one, don't press this one.
What,
Press
really?
the next two.
Oh, okay.
You press the next two, then you go back and press this one.
Okay. Okay, press the next two and then go back and press that one, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, they say they can do channeling. I mean... Does normal people get possessed? No, you need to be a spirit medium. The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it would be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. Unless it's Godot, lol. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. And all of the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Because there's blood on it, Your Honor! Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. Area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. What else is bothering you, Your Honor? Just spit it out. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. Assume it was a guy. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. When I came to her just lying there in the training room. This one, right?
No, the previous one.
The previous one.
Yeah.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. Oh boy. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Excuse me. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurain killed by her own daughter. But the cleaning didn't rub off the word Maya. Why? Because he couldn't see it. He couldn't freaking see. It's like he knew there was blood, like overall, but he didn't know that it had been written, you know?
Plus he didn't see it, so like he didn't know.
Yeah, it's like he cannot see red things. So he said that it looks as clean as a whistle, is what he said. When they were told, what? There's words on it? And it's like, yeah, it says Maya right here. And he's like, no, it's clean. What? Yeah, he was like, what? No, it's clean. Yeah. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? The torches were lit and the body was gone. Oh my gosh, so... Is there something we need to present on this?
Yes, the stone lantern, cause got her name on it. Cause Sheila didn't clean everything.
Because he couldn't freaking see it!
Exactly. If he saw the word Maya, he would have get rid of that the first thing instead of all the snow on the side. All the
Yeah,
blood on the side.
Yeah, he could only imagine roughly where the blood was because he couldn't see it.
Yeah.
The body of Elise Dunim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah! If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Oh! My thinking is because the visor is red. I guess so? Ah, you're right! Order! But Mr. Wright! Isn't it the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow? I bet he's panicking inside right now. But then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer didn't notice it! It's this! Oh my god. It's still painful, you know?
I tell you, it's a few strip.
Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, the coffee appearance, I can't stand it. Yeah, me neither. They wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense! The torches were all lit and everything! There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that! You're right! There is no way any normal person would. Ouch! What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether? And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody... Must I do this?
Unfortunately, yes.
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. But of all colors to not be able to see? You can't see red? Like... You're a prosecutor! Oh my god! If you think that of all the colors that you would choose to be unable to see, it wouldn't be red.
There's a lot of blood.
Yeah! Oh my god. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern! There's something written on it! Why? It's written in blood! Nonsense! This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle! There! This is the moment I remember! Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. And somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Oh my gosh! I didn't notice! Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Don't play... He couldn't see! Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-covered stain that smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So that, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. You don't drink tea at all. What are you talking about?
I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you don't even drink tea. Stop with this nonsense, Godot. Stop it. Oh, I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! No more BGM, guys. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, try it. I mean, to be fair, color blindness is actually very common, especially among men. It's because of the way the genes are structured. Like the XY gene and the XX gene. Yeah, so... I mean, if it claims that, well, it could just be a colorblind guy, but they would still see something, you know? It's not like they completely cannot see. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. This is rich.
Bio lessons with Neo.
Yes, yes. I didn't do well for biology. I did okay. I think it's because his goggle is red. I mean, Jisung, you're probably right. But why would this goggles be red? Why couldn't they be transparent or some shit? Why? Damn. This is rich. Do go on, try it. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Ah! Could it be? Colorblind should be able to distinguish red and white. Yeah, they should be. Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Man, the number of twists in this case. Right! Oh my god! Oh, pain. This is really a good trial for the finale. A really good finale.
One of the best places out there.
I feel like saying Jesus take the wheel. Oh. I feel like being all us. So Kiko, you want to remotely control this game now? No. But like, oh god. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Maya? Wait just a minute. Maya! Oh boy. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya. Objection from Godot himself? You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. You just said that you read up on the crime channeling technique, you old... Never mind. Are you senile, old man? Yeah. We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Because she's not there, exactly. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya. So you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple too. Oh, Jesus. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple site that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearly? You maybe predicted something before. What? Did I? Did I predict something before? Lol. That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. Oh, whoa. Oh, are you sure? Do you know how many psyche locks she has given us? Ma'am? I mean, of course you don't, but still. Freaking...
For the 5 psyche locks.
Yeah, she's always behind 5 psyche locks. If anyone's a master liar, it's her. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Okay. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot! Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Oh my gosh. I'm scared. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. So, where did you think Pearls slept that night? There are 2 clips I clipped off Yolo. Oh, is that so? I see, okay. I think there's a way to do this. I think it's how I do this, right? Is that how I do this? Yes, you can put the links now. One reaction to Francisca. Oh my gosh, Francisca is so... I love Francisca so much, yes. And the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. Eh? What? Oh, I think it's because it's a link. It's okay, you can link in the Discord, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Excuse me. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne. But she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunim. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Night! Good night, Carl. She searched the entire inner temple site, end to end. Don't forget to stay to the end credits. What? There's more? Okay, I will. Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple site has 2 structures. The training hall and the spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack too? Dude, you're the one who's supposed to be investigate... I rest my case. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. Lamau. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Oh boy. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Mom Maya lying through her teeth, is it? Oh no. Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. That doesn't sound right. Okay. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple, or the inner temple, huh? Shut up, Godot Lamau. This all? Ha! You want to say something trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot... He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? With what, coffee? Don't give kids coffee! That's bad for them! Jesus, Godot!
Gotta start the caffeine addiction young.
You gotta start them young. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Okay, but okay, this is random, but imagine Miles has a kid and then the first thing he gives the kid is like law books. You gotta start them young, he would say.
You know that what's that called? That 6 law book or something that.
The 6 laws. Yeah, 6
Yes.
laws. That's the baby's first reading. He'll be like, here you go. Rip. This testimony trial can go more chaos than Johnny X Ember case. Oh man. But it's more interesting though. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. But he is. But he... That's basically what Manfred did. He probably did that to Franziska. It's like, for your first book, here's the 6 laws.
Yes.
Here's the report. Nah, read it. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. Beginning? He was on my nerves since the moment he appeared. Holy shit.
Phoenix has a lot of patience.
Yeah, he does. He's so patient. That's why he can chase off the mouse edgers. Most people won't have the patience for that. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style. No. Hand them down the normal way, Judge, please. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. His investigation, right?
Yes, his investigations.
I don't want to ask about cheering pros out, huh? If I want to choose throw Paimon or Godot away, I'd throw both. Hey, that's rude. Paimon did nothing wrong.
Paimon is just emergency food.
Yeah, you can just throw Godot away, you know? That's all you need to do. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. Paimon mouth too much? Okay, I mean just use her as emergency food. You know, no need to throw away perfectly good food. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. This is why you got no maidens, Godot. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room? Gonna make barbecue smoked short ribs then, perfect. But Paimon is not emergency food. I don't know, you guys can decide that. Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunim. Is that something I present on this?
Yes, it's because you know he talked about the gravy, right? But the thing is, how would he have known it was Misty if he haven't seen it before that?
That's true! That's true! Oh my god, yes. You gotta pay Genshin Impact Girl so you can get these references. I know about the emergency food reference. I know at least that, you know. Right, Kiko? Kiko, you play Genshin Impact, right?
Yes, I do.
Is Paimon emergency food?
Yes, Paimon is emergency.
Yeah,
food.
see, I have proof. See, Kiko is more than just an AA expert. She's also a Genshin expert, you know? Yeah, I rely on her for this kind of stuff. So yeah, you are wrong. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. What? Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right! That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? Oh my gosh, she's holding up the scroll. Okay, I wasn't sure if you got it or you were just reading it. If you get that one, then you're good. Yeah, I suppose. I got that one, at least that one. The rest, I don't know. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. What? Wait a minute, Nick! Yes? What now? Take another look at the hanging scroll! Look at the top! There's a crest there! Ah, that is the mark of the master, correct? Exactly! So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Yes, possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that the crime was going to be committed. That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Motive again. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Profile?
No evidence. You know the letter? Cause you know Pearl said that it was open before.
Oh my god! It had been opened before. Oh my god! This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes! The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right! Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Oh my god. I see. Have fun at work, Geekbox. Go first. Hi, Crest. Hello. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? Have a nice day. You have a nice day too. Did the stream ever end? It did. That means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this?
Back to the motif.
The stupid motive. This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. Oh really now?
Oh, really?
I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The past then, if not present, it will be the past. Okay, I see. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for a lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Goda? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya? Oh no! I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, try it. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Oh.
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Goda is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
More tragic backstory.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off the disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault, it's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. This part was so touching though. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah! I just remembered! 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. How is Phoenix still alive after eating? I'm sorry, I plot armor. Thanks for the hit, Pendagarus. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. Plot armor, that's right. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's such an anime thing to happen, Lamau.
I know, right?
That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. Of course, it's a cup of coffee that wakes him up.
Of course it's coffee.
Of course it's coffee. Who needs maidens when he has coffee? Oh my god. Help. For 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? How have your muscles not atrophied? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. Oh no. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
No, they made it sound like changing job very easy.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Suka. Then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be a defense attorney.
It's like, yeah,
I'm gonna become a prosecutor.
It's like, yeah, but I've been a defense attorney my whole life. Let's be a prosecutor. Then let's just switch.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, they did use 2 geniuses in their fields, which is like Diego as well as like Miles, but still, it's not that easy, you know. Sorry, I'm pretty sure they were taught different things.
Do you realize, right? You know his name Diego Armando. You take the last word, it's Godot. Diego Armando.
Oh my god.
It's Godot.
Ah, where did the tea come from? Okay, there's no tea. But anyway. What are your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. Feels? You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. Can you imagine they're in a court and all this heart-to-heart talk is happening?
I know, right?
It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living? She goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Kurain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? You had help? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. Oh no. But... How did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Oh. You need a person to move the body to opposite of the bridge, that's right. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. No! She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Prose wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Fae's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fae wouldn't be able to. Ah! Ah! What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fae. That's why I hid myself at the Inner Temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fae, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. He's still drinking coffee? Well, Trite. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick! Please don't! Maya... I heard the whole thing. From my sister, in a medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fae, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha! Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fae? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but... I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... Press harder? Do I press harder?
Press. Just keep pressing everything.
Okay. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify right in front of me. Excuse me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? That blood! Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. A soft scream. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but... I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But... Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Oh? Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out, right? Try it. Might as well, right? Might as well edit. Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer? That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. Because the mask and face get stuck, hit. True. And then the killer... Yes?
No, I was like, but then like if... Because Dahlia probably cannot use this cause like it's stepped inside her, how she's gonna use it, right?
True. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Judge, don't say something like that. Holy shit. Don't say that, you're a judge. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah! Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. It's the dagger.
Yeah.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right! I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Thank you. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. But the judge said it wasn't. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Still drinking coffee, I see. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes? What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. That's... It can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? I have to soften my what now because if not, my parents will come and like clobber me on the head. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony. Wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Oh! What's this? Using his own weapon against him? Maya! This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But... If Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That'll solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple site got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Pain and suffering. Oh, I didn't even get to read that. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
Pain and suffering.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? No, he's only smart when it's against the defense.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe the killer...
Only.
Yeah, bully the defense only. Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. He took off his clothes, it's so freaking cold. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'll be frozen solid. Because the wound was not on the body. Not on the body? I see. Ha! So that's all you've got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here... If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Viceroy's hit off on the face then. So it's probably on his face. If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Oh my gosh. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. If I was taught that it's one of the rules of being... I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted. Dun, 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 dun. I love this music.
It's always just BGM.
Yes.
Shut up.
That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? No. Why are you doing this to me? Hey. Love the BGM this show. Don't just threaten to remove all 6 of it. Okay, you know what? I'll just save in case, you know? Okay, sorry. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break, you've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But... decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. I think Haseo's right. It's probably behind his glasses. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Wright. Let's hear what you've got. Where is this location where you say the killer hid his wound?
He said himself. His profile.
His profile, okay. Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright? Was this a vague vision of Mia?
Yes.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It is her. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Explode. Ah!
Visor just exploded.
Still drinking coffee? Oh, sorry, Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive is myself. Was me. I knew it! I knew it! It was definitely himself!
It's always like this.
Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, Then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Phoenix? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? At night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom.
That sounds like everyone's fantasy.
Yeah, but that won't ever happen. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this. But if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando! I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Oh no, it's bleeding! Your wound, it's bleeding! Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist.
Trying to sound cool after everything.
These must be my tears. No, this is blood. Holy shit, that's blood. What? No. You don't. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I have been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. No! Don't say it like that! This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. Still illusion. Call ambulance someone, right? They should call an ambulance. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Embarrassing. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. What? Oh, hi, thank you for the raid, Bun Bunny. Welcome, raiders. Hi. Hello. Okay, let me give you a shout out. Bunny. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Hello, hi. Hope you're enjoying Fortnite. Wow, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. I hope it was great. Hi, how am I doing? I'm currently in a pool of feels. So many feels. Why? Why is it like this? Why? But yes, hello. Hi guys, and thank you once again for the raid. Welcome. I'm a Shiba VTuber. I'm Miri Shiba, a Shiba VTuber who is weak for gay lawyers but is also dying from feels, along with my homie Kiko. Ow. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister? You only met twice. Huh? What? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Dog Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true! Oh! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... It was Iris.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Bunny. Thank you. Have a good rest, okay? Thank you. For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
Why are you so dense?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. No, not like this! Not like this! No! You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. No!
I got, I'm starting to try again from this.
But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? You're very killable, Phoenix. If it weren't for the fact that you were main character, you would have died long ago.
Yeah, because of the plot armor.
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? Phoenix Killer Bro, that's right. Hi, sure. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. Couldn't you wait for him to fall asleep and then you grab it? Did it ever occur to you? Or like, just feed him sleeping pills so that you can be sure he won't get up and then just grab it from him? And say, oh no, you lost it? I'm so sorry about that. It's okay, we can get another necklace. You could do that! Dude! Is it that hard to get sleeping pills? What?
Maybe not in this world, you don't know.
Okay, valid. Alright, I call you Alpha. Hi, Alpha. Yes, long time no talk. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. No! Not like this! No! Not like this! Not like this! If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris!
Iris needs to be protected.
Right! After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. She's so cute! I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Aww, it's like there's closure for him too.
Yeah.
Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. She's crying! Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know.
More than you should.
Right? I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Smooth Phoenix. Phoenix has always gotten all the maidens. Okay? He's always gotten all the maidens. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he's always gotten maidens. He has never once ever showed like not maidenless behavior, okay? He's such a great character. Okay? Like, damn. Someone slap him, wake up. No need to slap him, he's been slapped enough. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Oh, he's saying his actual name! Oh!
Keep going, keep going.
Drinking coffee!
is.
Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of the trial.
Coffee.
Yes, you real men bond over coffee. The purpose of the trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dunim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. Lies down.
Lies down in fumes.
February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court Defendants Lobby number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. It's Mia! Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Aww. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia! I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya! I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. Oh man! But... Come on! Cut it out with that gloomy face! Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya! How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Francisca! Francisca, my queen! Hi, Francisca! Francisca! Still a softie as always, Phoenix, right?
Hello there, sir.
Hello there, sir. Excellent work, Wright. I knew they were watching from the gallery somehow.
Of course they will.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial... Putting on a show? The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow! But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's foot pulled over his head. Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose... Oh my god.
No way!
There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? As comic relief, yes? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Dragging Edgeworth into this. What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Frenzy? Did I draw you well too? Pya, I knew it. My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Glares. She gave it to Maya! Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. She gave it to Maya. This is where the shit begins. She gave it to Maya. So then you do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Frenzy's Whippity Whip Trip. Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. The last time you disappeared on your own, you... Wait, what? Hey, Pearly! Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yes. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Why do I feel gay vibes coming from this? But anyway. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. That's Pearl, isn't it? Edgeworth. What?
Poor baby. Who's the poor baby?
Yeah. I think I'm starting to understand too. Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Pearl. Pearl Fey. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Wait. Oh, there's our boy. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. I'm actually happy to see him. Wow, looks like we've got quite a bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. You can afford dinner? You sure about that? My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I'm not late. You're late? You're late. I made reservations at the first-class French restaurant tonight. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Oi! Rude. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Arabian?
Oh no! Plebeian? Where else? Oh no. I knew it. We're doomed. We're doomed. Come on, let's go everyone! Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you! Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Can't find her? Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world, even if the food sucks. He got whipped. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? Ah, him smiling. Ah, sorry. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. February 10th, Hazakura Temple main gate. Hazakura Temple. Oh, Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'll be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Oh, okay. Pearly! Pearly's not here. Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll! Ah! Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be Pearls. Yeah, go eat dinner, okay? Thank you for watching. It's got to be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! But Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. Oh, Jesus. You don't have to do that, Pearly. Excuse me. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman! The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. Oh! There's a paper? A photo? Ah! Mother! What is it? It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. No, this is so cute!
I know.
Ow! Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. I think eating at Trivion is a battle of endurance, Lamal. Like, you're gonna die. Okay, Mystic Maya, and I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3?
Falling in love with first.
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Why, GG, he's gone. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. He's gonna die. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
I did ran across a hot beach.
Yep. We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know? I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Objection? Sure. Of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Objection! I knew it! I knew it! Oh! Oh! Is there any more coming? Oh my god. I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crime and office manager of Wright & Co. law offices, and I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Shh! Don't say it! Stop it! Shh! Don't jinx it!
Lagging yourself, Maya.
She's jinxing herself.
She's lagging herself.
Yeah. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation. Pearly, you're gonna kill them. Pros, you're gonna kill them. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess the dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will swallow himself silly. What? Okay. Oh my god. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Khura'in exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen from almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh no! Oh
Yeah,
no!
you know people ship them too.
I ship it.
Yes.
I ship Franziska with any female character, honestly. Like, she's valid. Oh, there's a boy. Desi and I started a company called Mask the Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. GG. I mean... I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed in my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. He. 怖い。
Right.
I'm just old and in a way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Aw, that's cute. Nice.
Nice.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Matter. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. It's because of his stupid name. Adam Matter, yes. There has to be a palindrome. More reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. But it's good that they have money now, you know? They can finally upgrade. They can finally upgrade, right? I think?
Yeah.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Ooh, Pearly was like, how dare you look at another woman?
I know, right?
Yeah, he's like, Van Gorman Jude, I see. He's the one who went objection. Sion King, I see. Objection! I love this animation of hers.
Objection!
Mr. Coffee. Objection, he says. Objection. Yeah. Janet on Karma. Objection! It's pain. Objection! What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring it over to it... I'm not gonna read that. Kuso Baba, right?
Yeah.
Mi-chan will not accept it, okay? He won't accept it. He'll be like, lol, please don't. I finally found something I love to do. Frandy's whippity whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Good for you, Larry. Sorry, Loris. Good for you, Loris. This is such a nice portrait! Yo! This is super nice. No! No, all the people! Okay. Oh my gosh, the achievement, a lawyer only cries once it's all over. No!
Oh.
No! You don't get to do this! Oh my god! No! Oh, that's it, that's the end. That is the end of the trilogy. Oh my god! Oh
Crying at the end.
my god! You know, I'm not crying, but like, my heart, like, oh my god! I don't know, I feel very bad for Iris. Okay, I feel so bad for Iris. Oh my god.
Iris deserves better.
Deserves better, okay. I mean, I accept him. I accept Phoenix and Iris ship. I accept it. Okay, I accept it. Like I still ship Wright with more, but I accept it as an alternative ship. Okay, that was so good. Oh my god. What a ride! Right, that was such a ride. I don't know, man. That was just so good. I
Speechless.
speechless. I'm so speechless. Triangle relationship. I mean, I won't say that. I won't say no to that. Okay, how about I start sending you guys off to somewhere else? I think I need time to myself to like process all this. Christ. Oh my god. My god, why? Why like this? Still reeling. I'm still reeling in it. Oh gosh. Okay, just give me a moment while I let me turn off the game audio for a bit. Okay, how about I send you guys to someone who rated me before? Ariel Aria. How about that? Ariel Aria. Yes, currently they're having a collab. They're currently having a collab with someone else. I'm not sure what they're watching. I think they're watching something really funny. But yeah, I think it's a nice time to return the favor, okay? Thank you guys for coming. Thank you so much. Okay, I think it's time that I rest, that Kiko gets to rest. Okay, you have work tomorrow, right, Kiko? Please
Yes,
go
I have
and
work
like, oh Jesus. Ariel, Aria, yeah. We should rest soon. Yes, so thank you guys for coming today. It was, wipe sweat. It was terrible, but you know, we made it happen. So yes, thank you for coming. It was a ride. Bye bye.
Bye. Thanks.